don't quite remember, honestly. Trying to check out. Supposed to be streaming live. I don't know really how it works. Whatever. Either it's going or it's not. Yesterday we did ghost resources. No, I don't think anything specifically yesterday. There was definitely in the day before. Point 11 had a pretty serious multiplayer bug, multiplayer specific error. What's up with this chat box? Why does it only shows... See, it like goes away right away. I don't know. Messages are supposed to stay, but they keep disappearing. Yeah. Working on fixing them storehouses up. Have a good night. Let's see, where were we? So we've got the storehouse properly being replaced in the event that it's an old one. Right, the crates were not placing properly in multiplayer. So that's going to be in player building. Something like command place furniture, I believe those are. Which is the same as facility with a bool for is furniture, something like that. Command, and this is the same, this goes through this flow in single player or not. Place facility. I've got some debugs in there because I was working on this not long ago. Update storehouse if this is a crate on a storehouse. Item database. And if the structure is a storehouse, update storage capacity. If town building does not equal storehouse, return. So that overwrite method that we did, yeah, let's go back to, that was player town building. We did this, we put it there, but then we also have to go I believe there was a line where we do all of this. update the save data, spend resources. What is this delayed update for? Oh yeah, that's just that guy there. So when this guy gets updated like so, it'll do it immediately. It'll finish town parent. We need to use this twice, so let's make a reference to it. Transform structures equals that guy. I'm going to be doing the same operations over and over. Structures likewise, and it's going to get the newest structure, which has just been created. Get the structure component, make sure it's marked as a storehouse of Solace, and update its storage capacity. And then we need to make sure all of this is saving properly. Set it up, add it to the resources. Save in a check, and blah blah blah. This is load buildings. Okay, so why do we do the delayed structure on the other guy? What was that? Player town building. This is where we're force updating it. Player town building is where it's getting placed. Where we do this stuff, but then at the bottom of that, it adds it to this delayed update. This guy can go ahead and go immediately though, right? Town data holder. I forget, why does the structure need to be up? Oh. This is this is immediate. Oh, and he'll do it for himself too when the update storage gets called. That's nice. Only if he's null. He should anyway though. That'd be nice. Yeah, I think we should do that. Let's leave that open. Delayed updates. Why do we do this? Well, we're not going to do that for this one. If it causes any problems, we'll go back and deal with it. So I want to add here that this adds itself just here. And the other method that calls that is player building, in which case here we probably should not rely on that, but this could be in a world encounter, even though that's not allowed yet. If structure equals null, which it's not going to. Update the storage capacity, and we don't actually care about the client. And this is town building data holder. I mean, this is only ever called. This isn't called from within. So, get terrain save file for the structure transform position and update it. good. The town building will be added somewhere, no doubt. It's probably doing it itself here. Network spawn, placeholder, transform, set parent, network server spawn, yada yada yada. I'm not going to deal with that just yet. That's a lot of information. So we've got the old storehouses updating to the new storehouses, and saving properly, and the new signpost is being added properly. Let's just give this a try. Should be able to place crates in multiplayer, because that's server side anyway, and it's going to ask for an update to facility, or update storage capacity. And now that it is properly marked, that's what we were getting wrong. It wasn't marked as storehouse. And to the Solace data, not necessarily the terrain data file. That's what I'm worried about. The town data holder. No, but this is when we're loading it in, so it already exists there. And we are changing it to custom, which means that we're going to go here and we're generating the structure and we're saving the structure. So we're not going to come back to this loop a second time. Once it's updated and should be working as normal. So we're going to start the server up. I don't think I saved last time, hopefully not. But I've got that zip on my desktop if we want to revert back to the original save that we were working with. So server's starting up, we'll get this client going. Cats are asleep as usual. I'm going to have to watch a playback of this. It says I'm getting a lot of dropped frames since it's to test multiplayer. So storehouse works, showing 100, 6 and 60. That's more than we had before. Just turned to 2. Only 100. Let's try to place a crate. And we're still only at 100. Can I deposit? Only up to 100. So it's still not registering the crate. Let's pause and look at this. Building is not marked as a town building yet. I wonder if we did save accidentally. too many debugs. Updating storehouse, no. Placing crate box, that's all what I just did. If this is not properly marked, it's not gonna run the... It's not gonna know how to handle that. Thank you for the like, Francis. I'm gonna add a debug here. And see if we are actually calling that or not. We might have saved over that already. In which case, the extra methods that we added to the bottom here are not going to be getting called. Storage capacity counted as tell. Placing, attempting miner. Nope. Storehouse at 0, it did not call that. Attempting to load. Nope. So I think we have indeed overwritten it. We'll go ahead and load it up once just to see. Server starting up. Get the client revving up. Looking for those Twitch followers. If anybody's got a free follow button left. Once you get to 50, you unlock, animated icons and bits and cheering and all of that functionality. Client is connected. Loading in the town. And that was not called. So, but that's okay. I've got the save file right here. I'm just gonna once more copy over the multiplayer world. Just go ahead and delete it. This is just a copy from a few hours ago of the live Big Kitty Games server world data, where there are some old storehouses that haven't been upgraded to the new storehouses and cannot be upgraded to the new storehouses because there are buildings that rely on them. They won't let you destroy it. So we're setting up a method to automatically update them in the event that it finds any old storehouses. And in doing so, it's very important that it marks the new structure that it makes in place of the old town building. So they're now separate things. It marks it as storehouse. We put crates down to increase storage capacity. So server is loading, and we got an exception. Updating storehouse. Yada yada yada. Let's pause right away. Try to beat any chance of something trying to save. Call command structure update. That's this, no? Who called that? Player building. Command structure updated. Whoops. We'll pause you too. What now? Command structure update requested under player building. Why am I not finding that? Command structure, oh, within selection. Don't do that. Look for the whole document, please. Command structure update request. Structure ID. So you're not finding it yet because I didn't spawn it, did I? Town building data holder. Structure gets spawned. Why we need to do that, wait, because the spawn takes it a frame, probably. Network server spawn goes off right away, but that doesn't actually register it yet in the spawned array, causing immediate update request. That was in player building that was calling that, right? We're looking at player building already. What is it? The update? No, it was somewhere else. Update storage capacity. Why is that? We don't need to be calling that from, I mean, the server's the only one doing anything at this point. So there shouldn't be a need for commands to be being passed around. What is the instigator here? Structure update requested. Sign position debug went off prior to that, which is right here. This only triggers if that's not, he's not doing anything. Storage capacity counted as, that didn't go off, did it? Updating storehouse, storage capacity counted as 1, okay, that did go off. Replacing old storehouse, updating storehouse. Right, this goes off fine. I'm just confused who actually called this. Client ID, let's go ahead and do plus client ID as well. Oh, so, right, that's attempting to pass new information down to the client. Yeah, I still want to double check what structure ID that is. It doesn't give me that key in the error, does it? No. try that once more with a few more debugs. Starting to warm up in here now. 1:30. I'm just going to take this off, actually. It's warm in here. Take my booties off, too. Requesting structure updates. Should have turned that one on. He's going through and requesting a structure update for all of those as they come on. Structure 240 on start client. Structure 240 on start client. Delayed start. Start client. Request structure update. Is that necessary? Well, no doubt. This is what's causing our problems. It's updating properly now, which is great, but I'm just gonna have to track down that ID. Unfortunately, see why it's not finding something present. Because this is coming from the Quantum Mystic. Thank you for the follow. These are commands coming from the client. And the client's only going to ask for an update if it's been spawned across the network, which means it should be in that spawned array. How are we finding something that doesn't exist in here? Server is up. Client still loading. Client connected. Requesting structure updates. Finished loading. I'm just going to pause you. You no doubt had an error. Requested 135. So who has... I've got a little method. I mean, should we just look at you? Are you 135? No, you're 141. What about... It's structure update requested. You're 142. Is there some funky structure in here? What's up with that? I've got a thing on the client data manager here that can look for IDs. I'm gonna look for 135 and it's gonna find nothing, I would assume. It's still gonna error, right? Doesn't know what 135 is. Client side. Why does he think that he needs to update 135? I don't know where that comes from. 135, player building, request structure update on start. Quite strange. Structure 240 is what initiates that. On start client. So let's go ahead and do debug log gameObject.name. And what kind of structure? Get structure name. Let's do an XZ while we're at it. Structure name plus structure. Oh, wasn't there? What is it? What's it called? Section X. Let's do a transform.position plus structure name, which probably doesn't have a name, but we need to figure out what's this rogue structure throwing errors. I hope I didn't save any of that. Since this is what we've changed so much, I'm suspicious of it. But these would be town buildings, not structures. I'm not destroying any structures. Like if it spawned and then destroyed itself in the same frame and that call got caught up. Did save client malcare. Just to be safe, let's go ahead and rewrite this. Start the server back up. Start the client back up. Getting random bits of spam on my YouTube. People spamming porn links. It's just one per video. Looks like YouTube actually caught that second one before I even saw it. I'm confused why isn't going. Maybe somebody will report that they did see it. So 135 is probably the same. Storehouse 135, and yet this one has no understanding of that. 135, 135. Why am I out in the middle of nowhere? Thank you for the like, Nick. Um, 135 is at 15 and minus 2. There's two things at 15 minus 2. How does that work? Structure prefab is, as expected, at 15 and 9.2. What if I turn you off? Then I get you 15 minus 2. You're not a structure, though. You don't matter. What is this? Crate box. That's just a furniture. 15 minus 2, and you are 141. How are there so many things at 15 minus 2? Okay, that's the second one here. 141, 135. This was called first. By a structure. can sort by type. If you type T semicolon. So I'm looking at for 15 minus 2. And I'm not seeing anything. Why is this getting called twice? It's almost like the structure's getting spawned twice, maybe? Here is where we spawn the structure. And we make no further reference to it. And within this method, it is going to be spawned on the network, is what I mean by spawned. Update structure. That's fine. Let's just do a search for dot spawn. This will spawn the new structure. Spawn position structure. There is a thing. Spawn beacon. What are these? Obelisk, Solace, ladder hatch. Obelisk, Solace. Server building upgrade. That's shutters and doors. This is spawn facility and spawn furniture. And there's something down here. This is probably the rotate. Fixed structure rotation. Fixed structure rotation is going to destroy the old game object. Network destroy old. I'm going to just toss a debug in here because I think this might be what's going on. Debug log. Fix structure rotation. This is necessary because of the way that the building interface uses northeast, southwest. You can't just rotate something without updating who's where. And there's probably a smarter way to write that now that I'm not so new at all of this, but it's spawning it and then it's despawning it. How about we just, where does fixed structure rotation, where does that get called? Structure, fixed structure equals fixed structure rotation dot structure. Spawn position structure 2. And then we're going to spawn again right here. So really we just want to avoid that. There is the case where this returns because there's no need to rotate. So sometime, we're not definitely spawning in here, but if we are, we don't want this called before that. Is it necessary to run this stuff after calling spawn? Spawn building for each building area, edges, free buildings, facilities, furniture. Does fixed structure rotation deal with furniture? I don't believe it does. It just fixes the building pieces themselves and moves all of the children, which would be the furniture and facilities. So what if we do this prior to spawning all of those things, which are irrelevant to the rotation of the base structure, and we move this to after here. What was that? And we remove these calls. We just destroy that one as normal. In the event that it's been rotated, and call spawn after that's all been sorted out. I don't believe that this stuff needs to be added. Oh, we're still in pause here. I think that'll fix that. I also want to colors, play mode tint. It's good to add a little bit of play mode tint so that you can tell if the play button is hit or not. Like so. Makes it this yellow color. I'm having a hard time telling if I hit that, unpaused it or not sometimes. Some minor complaints with Unity 2019, but not a big deal. We can stop that. Looks like we got a leftover chunk. I'm sleepy today. I might stream tomorrow. It's not on my schedule. I do have some things to do. I missed a dentist appointment this week. I got so excited about getting started streaming. I totally forgot I had a dentist appointment on like Wednesday. They're gonna call me next week and say hello. They're really cool. No, they won't bother me. Nice kitties. Three brothers. client connected. Really more interested in watching the server, if I can, please. No errors on the server. Structure looks like it loaded just fine. 100 storage capacity. Let's see if we can't increase that. I'm actually gonna clear these once. Oh, there, another hour went by, and we did not get any new lumber from our logger nor our miner. And I actually don't see a crate in there. Is there a crate on the server? Doesn't look like it. This other building over here is really annoying. Here goes another hour. Just happened. Seems like those don't time the same for some reason. Like it jumps the last 10 minutes. And see if we got structure found, updating, storage capacity counted as 1. Okay. So it was at 0, even though this was reading 100 on the client. Now let's wait for that 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43. Get a new hour, 47. Is it going to jump? 51, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. New hour, new weather. No resources. New day. Storage capacity counted as 1. Let's go ahead and put another one down. Storage capacity counted as 2. You, sir, are indeed marked as the storehouse for Solace number 0. Opening the town shows that the storehouse exists. It's not good that it gives me the position option for everything. What's up with that? The fun of multiplayer. I'm just going to toss a whole second one down there. That's silly. What is it? It's a storehouse. Now I've got 2 of them. How about a third? Position, yeah, why not? So the game objects are not being linked up properly for these for some reason. Storehouse game object is not empty. We did see that earlier. This whole town system. No. The gray cat and the white cat, Pearl and Pee-Pee, they are brothers. Tabby there, the orange cat, I found out in my garden. It's just a little baby by himself. And we actually have a fourth, which is our only girl, so she doesn't sleep with the boys like that. She was picked up by my brother-in-law, who is a police officer. I think she was stuck in like a sewer grate or something, and she was also just a newborn. We had to do like formula milk for her. But storehouse game object is not empty. This town stuff is complicated. I'd like to check it out in single player, make sure everything is working as intended, which it seems like it was. In which case, it's just a matter of when they ask for data, I don't really have to handle anything different on the side of the server. And then again, that's probably just more or less what's happening. It's not passing the data properly to the client. Come on, Unity. Wake up. These are all client or server side. They've figured themselves out fine. Why are you so slow? What's the problem? I ordered 16 gigabytes of RAM. It's supposed to get here tomorrow. Couldn't get here faster. Couldn't get here fast enough. Just getting really laggy. I'm not sure what that means. Anyway, we picked up it's just running all of this. The streaming software takes up a chunk. It's not bad. Each one goes up to like 5 or 6 gigabytes of RAM. And I'm only running 16 gigs right now. So it's just really slowing things down. I've got a pretty good CPU. I don't think the threads are ever getting too clogged up. And I might want to get stream, what do they call them, encoder card. I don't know if running this double instance of Unity has been really slowing my computer down since I started running the streaming software alongside with it. New Apple. Now we've got 100 capable, and I'm gonna just skip it ahead here so that an hour passes by. And we successfully did it. So this is working fine, single player. So the problem is we're getting the graphics cards are been really weird this year. I think we actually just bought a printer because ours died, and I called like 4 different stores, like big stores, and they're like, we don't have anything under $200 because of the lockdowns that people have been working at home. So like all of the cheap printers have just sold out everywhere. We ended up buying one. It was like $100. We just wanted to buy one of the cheap $50 ones, but after calling like 5 places, there was one place that had one. I think it was just 100. And I bought the 3 years insurance on it, because man, those things, I swear, they're just designed to break. Those inkjet printers. I've never had one last. So town data comes through with the Solace data. Which gets updated in player Solaces, I believe. Yeah, slow production too, because of keeping workers at home. Send town building request. Town data. Right. I don't understand how that works, but I know that is a real thing. Solving problems for rewards, is it? I don't. Bitcoin mining. I don't know what that really even means. Request Solace data. So this. I mean, what is it actually doing though? Like, why is someone paying them money for doing that? Solace data has the town data built into it. So the client should be aware of It'd be nice if I could expose that somehow. got it set up as a singleton. Could be useful moving forward, moving all of that onto a scriptable object. For example, am I still in single player? Whoops. This isn't a very exciting stream because this is a difficult problem. Start the host up. Client will receive the Solace data upon connection, which includes basic town data. I believe when the town UI is opened, there's also a refresh of some sort. Was there not? No. If not updating from request and we are not the server, request town data for the Solace. Very good. Get all of the town data. It's loading. It's not recognizing that there already exist placed objects. Shouldn't be giving the option to position them the way that it is. And I would like to turn these off now, please. Get rid of all these debugs. In a moment. See, it already has position available as if they're not already positioned. And that is not acceptable. And when I click town, when I open the town UI, it requests fresh town data. Initiate town building placement. I might have to look through some of that town data. I just haven't messed with this stuff for a bit. What was it? Player building. Structure update requests. We don't need those anymore. Town building data holder. We are going to be using this still. Special effects manager we're done with. Town UI we're going to use. Player solaces we're going to use. Town we're going to use. Save data manager we are not going to use anymore. I don't think I have. Yeah, I turned that off, so that's good. So the town data that we are sending the client it's gonna grab the Solace, serialize the whole thing, but not everything is serializable. Within the town, we've got, for example, the town storehouse holder, which is serializable, but this here is not serializable. So that he thinks that everything can be repositioned because there is not. Maybe, let's see, where do we do add? This is where we forget which is which. This is when we get a new building. Spawn NPC. This likewise is going to be from what we were just dealing with, which is place building. So that's when a building goes down. For the other one is when it gets spawned. Because the town data exists in memory so that harvesting can continue on. These are the visual representations that show up for the players to interact with. More specifically, the game object. But we can't send that to the client. Storehouse building net ID. I am storing that, am I? Interesting. Let me look at that. Where is that? Right underneath game object. So a client should be able to check the net ID instead. No? Town UI, update the biome, check the rank, look at the food, destroy, create new buttons. Spawn town building display is the main deal. That's just gonna spawn if it's there or not though. We're looking for the actual I'll bet if somebody was smart, and yeah, you know, like they used to do, they probably still do with SETI, borrow your computer time. You'd think if somebody could set up borrowing gamers' video card time when they're not gaming, you could make a thing out of it. I did some, what do they call it, deep fake, where it does the machine learning facial recognition stuff, and that just cranks your graphics card to 100% for like a week before it really is able to grab a hold of someone's face. Pretty interesting stuff though. What is that though? What is grinding out chunks of the blockchain? What is a blockchain? Is that scientific data that needs processing? And there's companies that are paying for that to be deciphered? there is, they say like some of the satellites or satellite dishes and stuff, they can gather terabytes of information, you know, that there's no way to process through all of that data at the rate that they're able to gather it. That's how it's SETI at home, that's their whole thing too. But yeah, I don't need to look at the Town UI refresh. It's going to spawn the buttons. What about the details? Here we go. Refresh building details. And I want to look for, and I need to close my curtains. It is that time of day. Spawn building details. Town building template. Food, blah, blah, blah. Town building template. Say we're looking at the storehouse. Is town building prepped to make sure that it exists? And then we're going to spawn the building details, rank, blah, that's fine. We're looking for the reposition position buttons. Town building holder base. If the town building game option equals null, so this needs to be upgraded to work better on client side. Town building. Let's go ahead and just do if game settings play mode is equal to client. We're going to be doing this one way. If we're not a client, we're going to be doing it another way, which I've kind of already got right here. Why did this get turned off? If the game object is null, let's try turning that on and looking at it. If the game object is null, well, yeah, that would need to go first. Yeah, I'd rather that just be client side completely, because the game object's always going to be null for clients. They don't have a concept of the game object itself. If town building holder building net ID does not equal 0, you don't want to break out of ifs, huh? Let's just do if it does contain that key. So we've got a net ID, and we are able to find that in our spawned client-side scene. Town data, current town, add town building object, town data, current town building, spawn games object. Is that necessary though? I mean, let's just assume Critical Role. Are they going live right now? It's gotta be, I guess it's still, yeah, it's like 7:30 p.m. West Coast. Game's going good. Unfortunately, I'm not a master programmer. Slowly getting better though. Lunch break. Is that a European program? I just kind of thought that was American for whatever reason. Network identity spawned contains key. Pacific Standard Time. Lunch break. Isn't it like 9:30 p.m. West Coast? Or you're not watching it in real time, I guess. This is my first game. I gotcha. I hate mobile games. I don't really like 2D games. You know, I started out just doing what I wanted to do from the beginning, and it took forever. I started learning from nothing in 2012. I put out my first prototype in 2017. And I've been just working on that ever since, nonstop. Because I never wanted to go small. And it's difficult, but streaming has really motivated me this week. I'm really enjoying it. Thank you very much. It's really just hours. If you put in the hours, you get better and better. Code gets smarter and smarter. Game gets more and more content. We've got a great community. People posting bugs, reports for me helps just so much. So if we're client side and we've got an ID, go ahead and just do that, yeah. Otherwise, that's false by default, I believe, but do we need to have this then too, I suppose? I remember Senzoba. I'm looking at Twitch stream. Hope I didn't miss anybody in multi-stream. This stuff's still all new to me. Now multi-stream doesn't show anything. I don't know. Let's reposition, and this would be position. deconstruct. What's up with the ranks for the storehouse too? Don't have ranks, so let's just not do that. Stored resources, we're still not going up. Multiplayer for whatever reason. Let's go ahead and put some debugs in. Move time forward for each town gatherer. Let's do, I think I already have a debug somewhere. Add resources, blah blah blah. Move time forward. I think I have the guy that calls this, or we're already calling that. Time manager. New day. Move time forward. New app. Yeah, it's a good start. And I think I've got a really good path that the game's going down. It's just a lot of work. I was hoping, I'd be at it for 2 years and then it'd have all the things that I wanted in it. And that is not quite how it works. But I think I'm lucky or blessed or something. I've had made enough money to not go broke, and had a nice enough community to not boo me off of Steam, so sticking to it. Load the client. The client will now attempt to use the net IDs for the spawned buildings. Otherwise, we might want to turn those off by default. This year was pretty rough. Like I said, I started my first prototype in 2017 when I still had very little idea what I was getting myself into or how to program. And some of that code is still in the game. And I took like 3 months out of the spring to rewrite what happened here. I got all kinds of buildings. Is that doing that on the server too? Yes, it is. What are all of these? Before. That's the storehouse. Before it got rotated. Way too many pieces there. That is the save data manager fixed rotation stuff that we were messing with. Fixed structure rotation, which happens here. After we add everything onto it, rotates everything properly, destroys the old game object, returns the new structure, tool universe. I'm not familiar with that. Take it easy, Pog. This is creating an entirely different object. Is there a reason why? That wouldn't make any sense though anyway. It's doing the same thing in any case. Rotating before it was destroying, now and then it was spawning. Now it's just destroying the old structure prior to spawning it. And then spawning the new structure. Why did everything get rotated all funky? I ran into this once before. Serious pain in the butt. I'm gonna look on my phone so I don't tax my computer out anymore. I think I have heard of that. you know when it's supposed to come out? Oh, it's out? Wow. Oh, I love games like this. Hmm. I'll bet they're using voxel farm. That's some ambitious programming there for sure. Why did it start freaking out? Network server spawn, fixed structure, game object. Depends on the kind of game you do. Big time. I think I'm gonna free up some RAM, try to figure this. I had this just like a month ago. Serious pain in the butt. Some of the games that make the most money are games that are not have to be big, complicated like this to be a hit. And this, but this is a task. I'm gonna go ahead and debug a break here and yield, or what, await New wait for update. And why not? Let's put 2 in there. And then I'm gonna watch. I think that pauses the editor. It's gonna do this for all of them. No, I don't want it to do it for all of them. Building data holder structure. Name. The majority of them should be yeah. How about we put this? Yeah, whatever. We'll just leave it. Do that for now. I'll probably have to cycle through a number of buildings, but that's fine. There's some really good sci-fi books I've read that would make really cool games. Not the survival construction types like this, but story driven, sort of 10 hour, 15 hours a game. Well, that didn't do what I wanted it to. Or did it just save bugged like this? Storehouse. Let's try that again. I didn't see it spawn at all there the first time. All right. Is it just not positioned properly yet? Structures, floor. That's that guy. Give it a frame. Nothing new. Is it over here? Structures, course art platform. That's not it. And then boom. This guy comes in. I mean, if it gets messed up once, it can get messed up again. What messed it up? You bring it in, you build it, you rotate it if necessary. You spawn it. You're gonna have to go back to just repositioning it at different angles and making sure they all work. Because if I don't get it working today, I'm not going to forgive myself and be doing it all day tomorrow. Made progress, but now we've stepped back. I still play EverQuest once in a while. I really like how hard that game is, or, you know, can be. But I played a lot of the older ones. I was actually an EQ beta tester back in 97, 98. Yeah, that totally didn't even grab that. I played World of Warcraft. I played a little bit of Ultima Online. I was no good at that, though. And I was young. I was 17 or 16 when that came out. Yeah, I never got into Asheron's Call for some reason. I think because I was EQ fan. Enjoy this for the like 100th time. Should have picked up that crate. No big deal. Alright, storehouse has not been positioned. I'm going to position it. I'm not going to rotate it. It worked fine. I'm going to reposition it. It didn't delete it. That's one of the problems. Because these are now stored separately. I'm going to position it and I'm going to rotate it this time. And it worked fine. But it did not actually place the sign, so there's no way to interact with it, which makes it useless. Quit and return to the menu and reload that, see what it does. It took me 3 days to get to level 2 in EverQuest the first time I played it. That game was so different than stuff we have nowadays, you know? So this properly reapplied the we've got 330 in there. And now we've got 440, so it's working fine. It did not reapply the let's write some of this down. Storehouse did not reapply the signpost after repositioning it. On that time it freaked out. Interesting. Didn't we save and come back once already though? That's what the delayed update is for. Now I remember. Yeah. Even though we're calling destroy at the end of this, that doesn't get handled until the end of the frame, even though we're updating the structure save file immediately, causing both the fixed structure and the old structure to pop up. So we need to add, I'm just going to write that down. Fixed structures need to be delayed a frame prior to saving. Storehouse update and repositioning is currently not. Fix those two things and we should be looking pretty good. Yeah, UO was kind of its own breed of people, you know, and there's still people that play that, believe it or not. That was not my thing. I really just don't like games where people can murder you. That's kind of just my whole thing with most games. I don't play like Conan. I like Conan Exiles. I like Space Engineers. A lot of those games. But I always play on PvE servers because I just don't understand why. I just don't think it's fun when you go offline and you come back and all your stuff is destroyed and you got to make it all over again. So, yeah, but I got to take a 10-minute break here. Stretch a bit. I'm going to put the, did I put the cat cam? I put the cat cam on the BRB screen. So please enjoy the cats. Let me know if I forget to unmute myself when I come back. And I'll be back in just like 6-7 minutes. So, primarily, we need to delay the storehouse structure update by a frame. Which we can do. I'm a little beat. End of the week. Starting to get a little tired. Now then, we are doing this here, but we're saving do this. Legends of Aria. I don't think I've ever heard of that. Like I say, though, I wasn't a big fan of Ultima personally. I am looking forward to what's that? I mean, it was cool how you could build houses and all of that. There was definitely some very redeeming qualities to Ultima Online. Was that funded most of it himself? Making a big deal. Call Garriott's right away, I think. It's probably, I don't think it's coming out until 2021. New World is pretty fun. What is that game called? I can't. I've seen, you know, they have the like water mounts. And you like build your own. Ashes of Creation. That looks like it's going to be pretty fun. Yeah, there you go. Ashes of Creation. Definitely going to be playing that when the beta opens. I was in New World beta too. That's pretty fun. I got a buddy that's in the beta right now, though. It sounds like they changed stuff up quite a bit. We're kind of holding off and developed because I don't want to burn out on it. The other instance that this was happening is town player town building. We've got the delayed updates. So this is not public. Let's go ahead and just make it public list. And then I want to here when we're forcing the update, go ahead and call player script controller client managers, or not managers, player town building dot delayed updates, and I want to add the structure to this guy. Probably gonna have to delete him one more time. And then the signpost. I didn't like Garriott's game, where they were trying to, build all the like community. I mean, it just felt like a money grab. Everything was buy your plot of land, buy your keep, buy your fancy tools. They raised so much money for that game. And yeah, New World, it's definitely some good, some bad. We had some pretty fun with it though, mostly just because we could go into higher level areas and it was difficult. It's like the only reason I don't play WoW is because it's just not difficult. Anything you do, you just one-shot and everything, and you're just running around trying to burn through tasks nonstop. I like to craft and be challenged a bit more. It sounds like they changed quite a bit though. He was saying the crafting is like totally different now. New World, that is. Lots of games out there. It's funny that it's such a hard thing to get right for some reason. Okay, replaced. Now I'm going to reload, and you are at a rotated angle, so you should have been delayed with your update, and now have saved properly this time. Okay, and the sign respawned to the side of it. That's funny. But the sign is not positioning properly with repositioning. Reposition. What are we looking at here? Command place building. Honestly, when you reposition, you want to leave the... Yeah, Pantheon's supposed to be cool. For me, it's actually League of Legends and Teamfight Tactics. I have banned myself from playing those games because they're too addicting. I just play and play and play until I get sick. Oh yeah, Pantheon, that's the sort of their attempt at the revival of the EQ genre, right? Yeah. Was McQuaid leading that? Hope they're doing alright without him. Yeah. And that's, like I said, it looked hard. You had to have the healer who wasn't good at fighting. You had to have the tank who wasn't good at fighting. But then you had the wizard and the rogue that were good at fighting. But they were squishies. And they just... Oh, that sucks. But a lot of games nowadays, it's just kind of trying to cater to solo life. But community effort that those games had going for them back in the day. Yeah. I've kind of burned through my candle for the day. I'm not really thinking very clear here. The problem with repositioning the new storehouse is that you've got the structure separate from it with all of its crates. We could just write that up into a structure save little JSON file. Store that. That'd probably be a good way to be moving forward with everything, honestly. Currently, if I do reposition, see, it just gets rid of the signpost. This whole thing remains. And if we destroy that just nilly-willy without keeping the crates, so prior to, let's see, where is the button clicked reposition? If we're the server, we're going to destroy the town building game object. However, before we do that, if current town building, is that the actual, no, that's just the enum. So let's do a town building grab as well. Town data dot current, town data dot current. Now, if the town building is custom, what we want to do, hello Mish Mish. I want to set up a structure save like we have done, not here, but town building data holder, structure save. I don't fully remember off the top of my head how to generate these. Where were we? We want to create a new, we better go look at the UI, building structure save. Somewhere in these millions of button click, save, confirm. structure save. What is this grabbing from? Building data current structure is what that's going to use to create that building UI structure. I wonder if I should have a reference to that. Player script controller dot client dot player interface dot building UI dot structure UI. No. Who has a reference to user? Who tells you to set up? Building data building UI, the building UI. He doesn't store a reference to you though. I think that we should. So let's do a public building UI structure. UI structure. Oh, it's under building data. My bad. Town UI. Dot building UI structure dot after setting building data current structure to this guy. We'll do that after we grab the building object. Assuming the building object is not null, if he is custom object dot. Is this gonna work? I don't think this is gonna work. Building UI object dot get component structure, because what we're pulling out here is going to give us the signpost. I'd have to do is go and look for the structure. But moving forward, we don't want to have to do that with every custom building that we make. Storehouse holder has these guys. That's going to give me the signpost. I was sneezing this morning and I'm kind of not feeling real good right now. I don't know if I'm just tired from it being Friday or what. I think what we want to do here, honestly, is add. Yeah, I haven't had a multivitamin in a couple days, to be honest. keep a reference to the building older. Hi, Kitty. You want to see everybody? Hi, big Kitty. What are you doing? Trying to think if, yeah, purr into the mic. We've got the signpost, which is considered the town building object, and then we've got the structure itself, which is a separate entity. It's not necessarily being watched by the town in any respect. And it wouldn't be difficult to scan through. Hi, kitty. Yeah, don't bite the mic. Because I don't think that it would be a good idea to store the avatar. They did a ton of fundraising for that game. I played it and did not like it at all. It was weird. So we've got the structure separate. When it spawns in, we know that it is a town object because it's saved as such. So we could pass a reference to the holder here. And then if there is a reference, create a save and destroy it for the purpose of repositioning. This is only valid with the storehouse at the moment, but we could make that total money grab. You said it, man. That's all that it looked like to me. It had all these big name, 100, six-figure salary people. And the game was just boring. I don't know what the point of that was supposed to be. But I think there's enough people that just got so financially invested into that game that like they felt they had to play it or something. I don't even know if that's still a thing or what, but it was weird. Creeped me out. So... Can I use the keyboard, Kitty? Please? Can you get out of the way? You're not just getting your ears on the camera, so... I need to type for a second, though. Let's go ahead and add another one here called the structure game object. Now, in the event that... town building data holder is not what is loading those. It's the... Can't even... I'm not thinking straight here too well. World encounters, set up everything in the biome, spawn objects, load structures, building data holder. Why didn't I look right at that? It's at the very top. Building data holder is what loads the buildings when requested to by an area. Convert building to holder. That's a good point. We don't have to save it as a JSON. It could just be a building holder, and those are serializable. Could be saved with the town. Public building holder. That's not these. No, these are not the structure holders, though. That's what this is anyway, though. Building data holder has its structure holder, and it has a list of structures. So it is actually the area itself that's going through those and deciding what to spawn. Right here, if it's in range, it's gonna spawn the structure and add it to the LODs. So when it does that, first of all, I want you to just grab the game object. I'll say structure, and we'll call that structure go. And you're going to be adding structure go to your references, but grab the structure script on it equals structure go dot get component structure. And we'll go ahead and put that up here and say if structure dot town building does not equal town buildings null, that means we are dealing with a custom building. It's a weird position for me too, cause like, you know, I need money. I mean, that's just the truth of it. I'm honestly kind of just barely floating along. And it'd be really nice if I had enough money to pay for some people to do some things. So you do need to shoot for those dollars. But there's so many bigger companies that they just take that to such a crazy stage where that's the main goal, you know. Making a great game becomes secondary. There's nothing wrong with making money. I think really though, if you make a good game, the money's gonna roll in, and that's my whole hopes and dreams with Solace Crafting, is if I can get it to a good point and take it out of early access, you know, Steam gets, I think it's like 1 trillion views per day. You know, they've got so many million, multiple dozens of millions of easy $100 million. And I've reached something like like last time I did the math, it was like 0.004% or something like that of the Steam user base that has actually seen my game. So, and I'm not, you know, I don't do any advertising, so that's understandable. And I kind of don't do any advertising on purpose because the game's just not, you know, ready to go. And I am surviving. If I was going under, you know, I'd have to start pushing some buttons. But I want to get it to a better stage before I start bringing, like YouTubers and people on. And they show up once in a while, and I get a nice little boost. And we got the winter sale extra boost into the company bank account, so I know I'm not going living on monthly paychecks, because that's stressful. I did that in 2018 when I quit my day job. I released January, and I got this big spike of sales that was like 2 months worth of salary. And I was like, this is it. I'm going to be rich, And I quit my job, and then that graph went whoop straight back down to the bottom. And rightfully so, because the game was buggy and crappy. And, that was then 6 months of brown trousers where I was like, oh my God, I'm not actually going to get rich. I gotta actually make the game playable. But I had no idea that it was until other people started playing it, And that's the beauty of early access, really, for someone like me. When you think you know how everything works and you just push the buttons as you intend them to be pushed, things look like they work. And then you watch someone else play it and they're like, how do I do this? And you're like, oh, well, so it's been a journey. It's an ongoing journey, but it's getting better. Structure. If we do that, then we now want to... Hi, other kitty. Come to lick my fingers. We've got all these methods set up to add... Can't we just get the town building holder base? This is just going to return the holders, right? And it's got, these are all part of the base that I was just editing to add this in here. So if I can just get that, which is under town, but we don't know the current town for this. We do know the Solace though, and structure dot Solace number does not equal -1. Then we want to get the Solace equals Solace data dot get Solace by number, using the structures Solace number. What's the matter? Solace dot town dot get town holder base. Kitty, you guys all two trying to climb all over me. What's the matter? I just walked by your food bowl. It was full. You're just bored. Slept all day. Now you're bored. Get town holder base for the structures town building. Get town holder base structure, and then we want to be storing that. Town building holder base, town building holder base. You wanna come up here? Come on. Hi. What are you doing? You bored out of your mind? TBHB, we'll just call you. Yeah. This one he's my smart kitty. He can open doors. We used to have the latch type on our bedroom, and he would open it and come in whenever he wanted to, so we had to put the knob on it. And he'll paw these sliding doors open himself, and he's the one that comes to tell us when the food bowl's empty, but he also gets bored. He wants to come sit on your lap, which is fine. That's what kitties are good for. Grab this, and then I'm just gonna plug it directly into here. The structure game object is the structure game object. So as we spawn it, we're storing the reference. We can now use that during repositioning. Town building object, if it's custom. So yeah, we don't need to do this so much as we need to create we want to grab the structure holder for this guy. When this gets replaced, it actually gets overwritten reference to it. Oops, sorry, kitty. My leg's fallen asleep, but small price to pay for a kitty on the lap. How can we get the structure holder? We could we should be able to grab it. Just wondering the best way to do this. If it's custom, we know we don't even need to do that. Or no, yeah, we did that. Get town building game object. If town building is custom, so yeah, we don't need to do that. Then we want to grab the and again, why don't we just get the town building base holder for current town building is what? Yeah, that's the, what do you want me to input here? Oh no, yeah, you're fine with that, you just don't like this. Town building base holder. Town building holder base. TBHB. So we're just gonna grab that. The building object is the TBHB's building game object. If he is not null and the TBHB, does he record that himself? No. Oh, this doesn't have the actual building object, does it? Not unless we get specific. What about the base types? Town building holder. That's got the town building holders. Yeah, we don't want the base. We want... we want the actual town building holder. This is the base. Let's say... yeah, I guess we can just go back to that. Town building is custom. Not, we'll get the town building, we'll get the building object. And then we do also want to grab the, only in the event that it's custom do we need the town building base holder. tbhb equals town data dot current town dot get town data for the current. I now can't feel my left foot. Which is kind of painful. What do you think about that, kitty? Does that sleep with your brothers anymore? I gotta move my leg or it's gonna die. Why don't you go over there? Town building is custom. The structure game object should be referenced in the structure game object. And what we're trying to do here is create or grab the structure data holder out of the building data holder of this guy. So we've got the game object we can get from the chunk manager, get terrain save file based on his position. Terrain save file tsf, and then within the terrain save files building data holder there is a list of structures, one of which is going to be this guy. So we're going to look for that. Do we have any sort of look methods? Find structure, local X, local Y, local Z. Alright. And I kind of want to remove him. Was kind of the only thing. So maybe I'll be doing this myself down here. Let's get some comments going here. Is custom, we want to store the building data holder and destroy the physical structure / save, which we're doing here by I equals equals tsf dot building data holder dot structures dot count. It's going to go through all of those, and I think this needs to have that before it. Building data dot structure holder. The only time I ever played Anarchy Online, I had no idea what I was doing. I gave up. It started me out in just like some intersection somewhere, and I was like, nope. I'd be willing to give that another try, though. And if we can find tsf.building data holders, if that local y is close enough to our structure game objects transforms local position y, that's what we're looking for, and that's actually x right there. That's the y, that's the z. And using approximately, oh, you're gonna sit in front of my keyboard, is a little bit overkill, but they are saved that close anyway. Yeah, I did see some people playing it on like a stream or something the other day. It did look like a decent game. Sort of EverQuest-y sci-fi. If we find it, we want to grab it, and we want to store it. Up here. Lots of copy as new stuff. I'm going to have to update. We've got the citizen ID. Let's go ahead and this we don't need to serialize. Well, no, we do need to be able to save it. That's not the kind of stuff that we actually save in the town building data holder, is it though? Town building data holder. Yeah, we don't actually store that. So if somebody went to reposition and then just left it there, that would be a problem. But we can, yeah, I'll leave that open so we make sure to look at that. Here we're going to add a structure holder called the custom structure, and let's say reposition holder equals null. Just vanilla EQ, isn't it? Yeah. There is definitely some charm to that. That's a pretty brutal game, though, nowadays. Unless you're ready to sit down and... Like I say, though, it's hard. That's what makes it fun. You know, you start out level 1 with nothing, and you're fighting stuff that's... You know, it's like a 50-50 whether you're going to be able to kill this bat or not. And then you got to do that 20 times in order to level up. That was a really cool game when it came out. The patience or the time to play that nowadays. They've got the mercenaries. And it is such a... I don't know, there's something about it. It's just got some charm to it. I got a druid to 58 here now, just a couple weeks ago. So these are all now capable of holding that stuff. So now we want to add this. If we find it, we've already got a reference to the custom structure reposition holder equals, and this is getting a little jumbled. Let's make some room. So I'm going to store it in there. How am I going to get it over here? I am going to need to, in certain situations, building data holder dot structure holder, custom structure reposition holder equals null. And I can just go ahead and look through those if need be, like right here. Yeah, I was too young and stupid back in the day to really play real EQ. I never got past, I think I had like a 26 cleric or something like that, which was a lot of camping, different places, but I never really got in anything serious. And saw probably 5% of the world, you know, that game is huge. So I'm also going to now TSF dot building data holders dot structures remove at the current position so that doesn't reload, and I'm also going to take TSF dot town data holder dot town building datas, and I need to loop through here to find the correct spot to store it. This sounds convoluted, but it actually is not, and will achieve what we're trying to do here. For int, we're already using I. For int t equals 0, t equals less than tsf.townholderData.townbuildingDatas.count t plus plus town building data holder. What are those? Town data holder, town building data holder. Town data holder dot town building data holder tsf dot town data holder dot town building datas at spot t. And now if tbd dot Solace number is this dot Solace number, no, building, town building dot sol, no, reposition. Don't we know what we're dealing with here somewhere? Current town, there we go. Town data dot current town dot Solace number, and the tbd dot building type is also equal to the town data dot current town building. In that case, I want to feed into the tbd the custom structure reposition holder is in fact the structure holder we're looking at. And tsf.town, I don't know what that is, we're not using new. And we are now storing the structure holder in the town as well as the town data holder in case we close down before the town data gets used. Destroy. If it's custom, we need to destroy the structure game object. We're also destroying the town building game object there. Getting everything ready for repositioning. Now, one difficulty will be when we go to actually reposition. What else did we do today? Because I'm not going to be able to patch this in today. I don't think. Maybe. We did fix some nice stuff though. I should have pushed to get once before starting all of this. Live, learn. Did you ever play Vanguard? That was a cool game. I liked Vanguard a lot. I don't know how the end game in that was. That was a real bummer that got just plain shut down though. Yeah. They had some cool classes in that. And crafting. I kind of don't even remember it right now. But they had some cool crafting mechanics in that. I remember crafting a lot in there. Now, when we go to reposition the town building, building object does not equal null. This is exactly what I just did at the town UI. That's if we're server. If we're not a server, we tell it to reposition. I don't want to write this code again over there. Player town building. In the case we've sent it to the server, that's where all this current town stuff falls apart. Let's just move over to here and say if is server. Go ahead and do it. Else send the command, and actually that's not what we wanted to do. We want to make a command for it and make a server only version of it. Void reposition town building, and yeah, just move all of that down into here so we can go straight to reposition town building. And what the town UI was making use of was other stuff, but in any case, we're not going to do that anymore. We're just going to always send it here. If we are the server, we're just going to go straight to the method. If we're not the server, we're going to ask the server to do it for us. We'll just call this 2. With the Solace number and the town building, and we can just copy these and this. I do not request town building data. I'll get back to you. For now, I just want you to reposition town building 2 using the Solace number and the town building. Recast as a town buildings. And town building, we'll go like this, and this, and yeah, what's up, Jack Frost? Yeah, they start shooting for money too much. And are you a member of the Unity community here? You're trying to mimic this camera operation, star, star, star. What does that mean? you're trying to make like a third-person camera or something? That's not really something I can just, you know. Oh yeah, that's just you're switching between what's called orthographic versus you can't see it too well here. See how it says perspective? Where's my UI? So see, in an isometric view, ooh, my camera does not like that. And cameras have settings for that. Projection, perspective versus orthographic. And then you just have to change the angle. He's probably just got a script. He knows that this is his center point, so he's always got a certain distance away from that center point, and then just rotate the angle down, and once it reaches a certain point, switch the camera settings. So say you get 90% of the way down of the loop of it, changing the angle down to 0 like this. Once it gets almost all the way done, then it switches the camera setting there, probably, is all he's doing. Are you a member of highly recommend you check out Unity developer community in Discord. If you're not a member there, there's a lot of really smart people in here that are happy to walk you through that. Not using Unity. What are you using? 100% Unity. So I can't help you with anything that's not C# or Unity, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know any JavaScript or engine code. That's not something too many people do anymore. Is processing some kind of an engine? You're trying to write your own cats are fighting. Haven't spent 1 second with any of that. There's definitely a lot of math in game development. Well, like I just showed you, the camera has a position and an angle, a rotation. So you just write a script to change the position and the angle over time when you're trying to rotate from up to down. And then when you get all the way to the down, change the projection type from a wide angle, normal perspective camera type to an orthographic, flat on. I don't use tools too much, but Unity's probably most popular is called Cinemachine, that a lot of people use to handle camera functions like that. My cats are fighting in the background. What are you guys doing? Be nice. Touch bean. You would have to write a function to call for yourself. Even in Cinemachine, you'd have to write. I do live in Japan. You'd have to write sort of the tracks and the functions that you want it to do. I want to get rid of all of this town data, current data stuff by calling town equals Solace data dot get Solace by number, and change all of this to be town. Yeah, that was not what I wanted to do though. For those guys, what is it, F3 to go next? One of my cats is eating something, isn't she? What are you eating? One of my cats is a biter, chewing on some cloth. Whoops. Town data. We want that to be town. Town skip. Town. The best part about Japan is that it's really, really safe and clean. I grew up in Seattle, which is still a really safe place in, comparatively in America. But I still, I know people that were held at gunpoint, held at knife point. You'd hear gunshots at night and stuff, and that kind of stuff just doesn't happen over here in Japan at all. Like, unless you're in, like, the dirtiest, nastiest part of downtown Tokyo at 3 in the morning, I just live out at the base of the mountains, out in the middle of nowhere here, and there's just no police officer. And, it's not crime that he deals with, it's problems. People that have problems, accidents, stuff like that. So that's kind of the main reason I like it over here so much, is I'm hoping to raise kids in a really safe environment. And really good food and, architecture and the culture. I have a hard time too when people aren't kind, just kind of in general. And that's just a real thick part of Japanese culture, is to be kind to one another, kind to strangers, and kind to customers and stuff like that. This we are now being passed as the town building. So we don't want to be making any specific calls to the singularities, singletons. So this should work now both for client and server. This will only remove the town building function. And there's probably still some of this that I need to work out. Get terrain, save file, town data holder, remove building. We're doing that here. No. Remove building, reposition, remove building, remove building. Town building data. Well, yeah, because you don't want it to spawn it. But it's still stored on the Solace data. So, was this redundant? Town building data holder. Yeah, there's some really cool TV in Japan too, to do with that kind of stuff. You know, Japanese craftsmanship. They'll really lock onto some specific subject and go into it, like the nailless woodworking, where they'll slide pieces together at precision like that. It is. I've seen that before too. It's crazy. Is what is loading the town buildings in themselves, but the Solace data is saved separate and is what is holding the actual data for who exists. So we're removing the town building data holders when we're in the middle of a reposition, so they don't actually need... Where'd those go? Town building data holder... don't actually need this, do they? Because in the event of a reposition, we're temporarily removing that. So that was my bad. We don't need those. I'm just going to comment it out for now in case I'm being stupid. If the building is custom, we want to store the building data holder and destroy the physical structure. So here we are adding to the Solace data, the structure data. So that's enough. Even if we save and leave, the data is properly saved in the town building holder. So, up here, when we're removing the building, we also want to be doing that. If the building object is not null, get town building game object. We need to be doing that as well. That's after get town building game object. If the building game object is not null, first of all, we want to remove it. And we also want to call this, I don't want to call it till I've dealt with it, so it's down here. The structure is different and now being stored as a holder. Request town building data. Get rid of that. What is this? Request town building data. We want to do that after we've changed everything. Reposition town building 2, that's what's calling this. Okay. Let's see if we can try that out. We're not yet going to be able to... We've got some errors. Player town building. We changed that to Solace number and town building. Is that down here as well? Solace number, town building. The point of this being that in the future we want all of the town buildings to be custom town buildings, not the pre-made ones that I'm currently just sort of placehold plopping down in there. In lieu of which, when we go to reposition them, we want to suck up that structure, destroy visual representation of it, be able to move it. And eventually we want to spread that functionality onto normal buildings as well. Because sometimes you place a building and find that it's not actually where you wanted it. And it's nice to be able to move it. Maybe you want to snap stuff onto the grid after realizing that one of them is not. Things like that. So, I would like you to stop spamming that for me. We figured that out. Structure, player solaces. I'll go ahead and leave this. No, I haven't touched you. I'll close you. Procedural area. I was looking at. I don't forget what we changed there. But anyway. I'm now going to attempt to reposition, and it did not destroy that because it must not have registered itself properly when it's if the structure town building does not equal no cat, please don't sit in front of my keyboard. Love you as I do. Sit to the side. We want to make sure this is going off. Let's add a debug.log setting plus structure dot town building plus dot two Solace number plus structure dot Solace number town get Solace by number, get the town holder base, and stick the structure game object in there. And then when we go to call reposition here, when we find that it should be marked custom. Let's look at that. Debug.log. Reposition request is custom. And that should give us this. If this were null, we'd be getting errors. Town building. Being used. Good. Might have to go out for some ramen later today. Wife is gonna be tired. She has to work Saturday. Saturday should be easy for her though. Today was probably pretty rough for her though. Maybe I'll go get something to go for the both of us. I do have silvers. Updating storehouse, adding what, blah, 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 blah. We have too many debugs still running. Don't need you, don't need you. Replacing old storehouse. We'll leave that up. Sign position. We might use that later. Sign high post check. We don't want that. What else is still going on? Setting storehouse to Solace number 0 town. So that worked. Replacing old storehouse, blah, blah, blah. Storage capacity counted as 1. Pretty sure there's no crates there, which is one of the problems of repositioning that we're remedying with this attempt. Storehouse game object is not empty. Need to look at that. Yeah, my wife had kind of a stomach ache earlier in the week. She had some hamburger. I don't know if she'd be down for some steak tonight. We haven't gone out for a barbecue in quite a while. I'm actually having trouble swallowing food. I have to go to the doctor tomorrow, so ramen is kind of what I'm looking at. They looked at my throat, and there's nothing wrong with my throat, so they said I'm stressed out. Imagine that. Structure found, updating, finished loading. This was added to, we saw here, setting storehouse to Solace number 0 town. So when we go to reposition it, why is it not taking it with us? Yeah, you can get dirt cheap noodles here and they're still really tasty. Town UI. Hi, kitty. Player town building. This did not trigger. If the building object is not null, I guess that's kind of really separate from this, honestly. but the building object should not have been null. We did get that warning though. We better look into what's causing that. Said the storehouse game object was not empty. Storehouse game object is not empty. Why would that be? Let's take a look at who's adding who to what as we go. See, I can't hit Control P anymore. That bugs me. The window loses focus every time it recompiles. Even if I click up here, I can't do it. There it goes. Used to be able to queue that up and it would just go as soon as I pushed it, and I said that about 10 times today, I think. Adding storehouse base town building clone. Where did you get that from? Is there some kind of a secret storehouse going on here? Storehouse base town building clone. Ooh, I've got too many sections open up. Town base town building clone. That's not the storehouse. Town, that's the miner. Remind me to build these all on one side next time. Forager, logger clone. See, there's nobody called storehouse base town building clone. That is being brought up by the procedural area, who's finding a town building data holder remnant. And then I assume storehouse game object is not empty. We are deleting the old one. If you just delete it and you return though, oh no, it's deleting the one that it gets fed. So it should still be there. I'm not seeing it anywhere though. Storehouse game object is not empty. If it's not empty, why don't you show me what it is? Storehouse dot building game object dot name equals, look at me, and then don't destroy that guy. Let's change him to I want to live. find out who's button heads here. Alright, kitty, you want to sit in front of the keyboard so bad. Oh, it's tough. It's tough. I see you staring at it. Big open spot where I put my hands. It's probably warm because I keep my wrists there, isn't it? Just trying to steal my warmth. That could be a monster mechanic. If you're not wearing warm enough clothes. Oh, look at that. We have 2 signs now. I'm gonna guess this guy is called I Want to Live. And this guy is called Look at Me. Terrain 0. Oh, look at this. I built right on the edge. That's super annoying. Yeah. That's just not fun, no matter how you look at it. What is the... Look at that. Negative 0.1. Couldn't be more on the edge. 5 o'clock. Let me just do a little bit more work. I mean, that's cool that that guy's there. Why are there 2 of them being loaded in? It's going through the town building data holder. Why is this not saved? What did I change? Turned that off. I guess it doesn't discriminate whether there are multiples in here or not. No, sitting in front of the... Oh, she might. She might. Blessed be thy that the cat sits on. So somehow I've got multiple storehouse object saving attempts going on here. How to remedy this without just hacking the save to make it work. And why is that not working? Storehouse structure game object was added. Old storehouse. Why is it not already marked as custom? That's a problem. Being called properly, is it? Because this is relying on it understanding that it's custom. How did it get to be not custom? When it updates, it sets it to custom. And does that get overwritten? Set it up. It's custom image is custom. Sets it up. Adds it. Is there a save being function that doesn't get called? No. Alright, let's re-import the world from scratch when it still was the old storehouse. Updating storehouse. And let's take a look at some of the data. We've got access to town data holder here. He's got a storehouse. He is custom. Okay. I can't view the Solace data, but let's see if we can't reposition him. Still didn't grab ye old custom structure. Add himself to there. Setting storehouse to Solace number 0 town. We have that set to non-serializable. I don't think we need to specify that. That's just making it difficult for us to look at. Because even if it's marked serializable, I don't think that's necessary. Well, we'll run into that as an error later if it is. I'm just gonna go like, oh, you stay there, kitty, you're fine. I'm gonna go like this. And then I'm going to comment them out so I can look at them. Because that guy should be there, and in that case, we should be getting Jump Player Town Building, that he is custom, and that we're able to grab the structure there. We're not even getting to this point though, which is odd, because we went and we looked at the storehouse itself. Did that storehouse game object is not empty again. So is it adding it to the wrong storehouse? Something fishy going on. Here it is, and no, this isn't actually. We were talking about the Solace data that we wanted to look at. So it is marked as custom, which is why it loaded that in. Very frustrating. I think this is our biggest problem right now. adding, and then it gives the town building string, and then if it gets to here, it says the storehouse game object is not empty. Why does the miner call storehouse game object is not empty? Did I just copy those wrong? Miner is a harvester. Adding TB to string. Adding to miner clone. Immediately after that, it says storehouse game object is not empty. How is that possible? TB to string. Clearly, the town building is a miner. Why are you calling storehouse game object is not empty? Does call miner game object is not empty down here eventually, but there's no pausing going on here. Is that just showing up late for some weird reason? Because I have collapse on? I guess so. Adding storehouse to the storehouse. So when we are updating, there's gotta be something going wrong. With this, where is it? Town building data holder, no. Yeah, this guy here. This is the second call. Adding storehouse. Base town building clone. Oh yeah, that's just because I don't have a space. Here. Let's just do that because it's confusing me. And we need another plus. Put a comma there. This guy comes in from the procedural area as normal. Town building data holder. Likewise, this guy comes in exactly the same. Which is why we end up with, look at me, and I want to live. Where even is I want to live? He's right there. Where's look at me? What? One's over here, one's over here. So this guy still thinks I want to tear this whole place down, but the whole point of this is to recreate what happens when we've got a town that's already got a town or a storehouse in it. I guess and then the miner too. Are we getting two miners? Adding miner, adding another miner. Is that caused by repositioning? So we've only got one miner. I want to go through, and this is dirty and forceful, but Load buildings. I don't want to do that every call. All that's really happening with these is loading in their graphical representations. The data is stored on the Solace data. So worst case scenario, one of these gets deleted and we end up with a graphical representation in a place we didn't want it and we have to reposition it. It's not like we're going to lose stored data. So I'm thinking of looping through what buildings think currently exist, and if we find any duplicates, destroy them. Or just always go with the first one kind of deal. Let's say we make a list buildings found equals new list. And then as we go through here, we're going to add buildings found dot add building type. Prior to that, if buildings found contains tdbh, then we nuke it. If it already contains that, I'm going to remove it. Town building datas dot remove at I and continue. And in order to continue in proper fashion, I'm now going to loop through this array or list backwards until we get to 0. Because when you remove, it scrunches down, and continuing on would then skip over one. In this way, you're moving backwards, it won't do that. And then we'll add any that already haven't been. It's going to delete them. I think in the case of the storehouses we had going there, both of them are custom buildings, so they're still going to load from the building data holder, but that should stop town building prefabs, you know, the placeholder plop down guys, from writing over one another. Storehouse game object is not empty. Miner didn't get called this time. You're telling me we added 2 storehouses? Adding storehouse, adding storehouse. That's because that's on this terrain and that's on this terrain. Dang it. Well, that's why when you go to add it, we were just originally deleting it. Okay, so that's silly. We're not going to do that. We're going to, as prior, rely on the town, this deal here. If you add one in, but there's already one there, I want you to destroy properly. That's good. And we don't need to do that, but I don't want to just leave it there because the data is still going to exist in where it was originally called from, the town building data holder. So I'm going to make this a bool. And if this is the case, I want you to return false and say no storehouse present to add. What? If storehouse equals null, and this is the town. So yeah, we're trying to add. Who wrote these one-line ifs? Come on. In this case, return false. Otherwise, it's all good. So return false, return false. Success, true again. Why all these one-line if statements? This too, we're gonna go false. Why does this have success for each? Why are you for each looping through these? Just do a for. Silly, silly. Stuff I wrote probably a year and a half ago. Let's go through and clean this up. Bit by bit. This is not a mono behavior, so we do need to call game object to destroy, even though it says we probably don't. We do. Now then. If it's a producer, we don't need that. For int I equals 0, dot count I plus plus. This is faster than a for each loop and less dangerous, etc., etc. This is a town producer holder. TPH equals producers I. If it is correct and we're not overwriting and it's not null, we're going to complain and return false. Otherwise, we're going to go ahead and put it in there. We can just break out of the for there, but if not success, no, I'm not found. I see. Okay, okay. Because there's different types of producers. So we'll keep the bool. Bool success equals false. In this case, success equals true. If we were unsuccessful, very good. Next, for int I equals 0, I equals less than, whoops. I equals less than gatherers dot count I plus plus. This is going to be a town gatherer holder. TGH equals gatherers I. Return false. Success equals true. If not success, again, these instances too, we want to return false and remove that data. How come this one's not destroying it? Destroy, success, return false, destroy go, once more, int I equals 0, I equals less than, buildings dot count, missed a space, I plus plus, this is just town building holder, tbh equals buildings I, that needs to be a capital C, return false, assuming we've found it. If we didn't find it, return false. If all goes well, we want to return true. Right? So that's an else. Good. Now, everybody that calls this is going to be upset. Well, no, actually they'll deal with it, but add the reference to the Solace. This is when we are loading the building out of the town building data holder that we are moving through forward. Add town, and we still find that it is actually, say, success. In that case, if success, if we did not have success, the object has been destroyed, or will be next frame, and we would like to town building datas, remove at I, and then continue. In which case we want to be doing this backwards, like I said earlier. Moving all the way to 0. Yeah, because this isn't something reliable per area, it needs to be reliable across the Solace data entirety. And there was one more call, wasn't there? It'll tell me that. No, it won't. Add town building object. There's one more of these here. So this is now likewise a bool called success. And if success fails, this is when we try to place a building. Well, that would be quite unfortunate if we tried to place it and we were unsuccessful. If we're not positioning, add the town building. If we are positioning, add the town building object, town building game object. We might need to add some more logic in there to actually let this one overwrite, which we do actually have logic for. Town building game object go, overwrite equals true. In this case, we are attempting to place a building. Again, this is the visual representation, so I'm going to go ahead and say, if you're trying the one will that cause discrepancies in the town building data holder? Because we will the destroy functions don't happen immediately. Let's not do that for now. But if this fails, that's just mean. Yeah, we do want to override there, in which case we don't need to be referencing that bool. Time to close the curtains, huh, kitty? Yeah. Well, it's 5:30. I'm gonna keep working on, despite it being Saturday, because stuff's take a little stretch. Give the kitty some pets. Yeah, good kitties. Never say never. Thanks for watching. Thanks for the follows. Sorry I couldn't help you out, Jack Froster, with your JavaScript problems there. Highly recommend you check out some of the game dev communities out there. There's a lot of really helpful people. This is very much Unity C# based, but there are, I'm sure, JavaScript centric Discord servers as well. Thanks for chatting with me, Quantum Mystic. And I'll be here tomorrow, most likely. I do have some things to do. But I will definitely be back on Tuesday.